Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and I bet you noticed something different. A couple of different things just now. Now, when I do my countdown, I have it switch over to a little a slideshow, and then there's this. I have a talking head panel thing. Anyway, welcome to, I should do the date. It is Monday, the 15th of January, 2024. And I have been busily working over the weekend on making some, upgrades and updates and stuff like that there. And one of the things has been, from feedback from some of you guys, a little bit more animation, a little bouncy to my PNG tuber. Also, I took it upon myself to make this little backsplash screen so I could have a little place to say hi. Hello. It's a little less awkward that I'm looking straight at you with this bouncing, it seems. I haven't had the time to make a PNG tuber who's looking off to the side yet. I've tried, and it turned out, let's say, I definitely look like a space traveler. It goes way beyond Uncanny Valley. Anyway, little explanation about what this is. For right now, I have just a temporary bookshelf. Don't tell anyone, it's not mine. That's on the walls here, and up at the top, I guess the top right would be my two published books, and down the bottom right, a cover preview of my next one that I'm back to working on a little bit more, and do intend fully on getting out this year in paperback and hardcover. I also intend on making sure that that first one, Vacancy on Samson Lane with the red crystal thingy, making sure that that one is available on paperback in addition to the ebook, because it would be nice to have, a physical copy of my first published book. Anyway, it feels a little thin, but I've gone back and looked and seen lots and lots of even thinner books published, so I don't feel bad about having a paperback of Vacancy on Samson Lane. It's a novella. Anyway, over on the left, for the people who don't know that I'm streaming in both places, a reminder. Also, I have, these aren't buttons, these are just icons. I should probably not have the pictures, because it might make people think that they can click on them. A thought. Anyway, down on the bottom in my description, or wherever that is, whenever you're watching this, it's got a couple links to my Patreon and my Streamlabs, so you can support on there. People who do support on Patreon at the $10 a month level get free signed copies of my hardcovers when I publish my books, or paperbacks if I don't deem them hardcover worthy. Anyway, today I'm going to be working on the Menger Sponge, and that's gonna be over here on the Minecraft window. So let's do this. You probably saw this. If you didn't, well, then here's another thing that I worked on recently. I spent time and drew 70 images and animated them in transparency over to a Webin file so I could have something called a stinger. Let's watch the transition, shall we? It lets people know, hey, I'm down the bottom left. It lets people know that I have that little ambigram. It rotates around and you can still read it. I love it. Anyway, let's get into Performium, where you too can join if you would like. It is mc.performium.net. You can see the yellow text on the right side of the screen. And here I am at the hub. And here I go back to Wild. It must be set to forget your email after a while, because it keeps asking me to do my email thing again. Okay. PB2. These are all full. This might even be enough to last me today's stream. I did start a smidge early today, but that's okay. Oh, I need to pop that up over here because... Alright, so here's the deal with Streamlabs. When you are streaming, it picks a primary channel for you to be streaming through, and my primary is usually YouTube, but if I want to be able to have the tags for Twitch, which I found out I'm limited to 10, and I can't have like 1.19.4, I can't have periods, so there's lots of limitations in there, no spaces, but I found out that if I want to have tags, I have to have Twitch as the primary, which means future-wise, when I go to have the private patron-only streams, I'm going to have to switch to YouTube being... I'll have to log out of Twitch and log back in through YouTube and then disable Twitch because you can't disable the primary one. It's a bit of a pain, actually, but it's what I have to work with. Anyway, today I'm going to be doing some building of the old Menger Sponge, because it is, after all, Monday, and that seems to be a bit of a tradition now, me doing the Menger Sponge. But before I get to building it, let me grab these links. This or this. I need to just decide on something to say that's a default paste, so I don't have to come up with something each time. But that'll do. Let's go over to Candy. Minimize Discord. Let's go fly diagonally. Let's go somewhere new. Or somewhere I haven't been in a while. This is a nice new view. Interesting place here. Interesting place. I do like the use of the stained glass panes as vines. I'm gonna have to... Well, I don't want to use it that much. That looks like a little bit excess. But I'm going to have to keep that in mind. Anyway, let's paste the thing over here and go back to wild. And there we go. So, oh, I almost forgot. Here, let me P time at noon and P weather clear. Clear, not clear. Anyway. I almost forgot, over on the Discord, Ice Blaze Ninja Zero is in an area where the power is going to be out for the next week or so because of the weather. So if I'm going to have a dad joke, I'm going to have to summon it myself. Question mark? Dad joke. What did the sea say to the sand? We have to stop meeting like this. Yeah, okay, alright. It'll pass as a dad joke, I suppose. I summoned the dad jokes and they're just mediocre. Everyone else summons them and they're pretty good. Such is the way. Alright. So, here we are, working on the Menger Sponge. I am past the halfway point towards building this portion up to another tier 4. I'm going to see how much I can get done today. Going to try to take it a little bit easy on the old brain because been having a bit of a stressor recently. So, oh, you know what I didn't do? Oh, that's actually, let me fiddle with some things. Let's go back to the talking head. And, ooh, love the transition. Now how do let's see here, I do this. I add that, I put that there. I use that picture. Then I can put this on here. Haha! Hello! I would like to say thank you to all the people who are able to help support me on Patreon. There we go. Elmace11, Zogma Infinium, Sean, Little Cuddles, and XBlaze Ninja Zero. Thank you all ever so very much. If it weren't for you guys, things would be a lot more difficult. I wouldn't be able to do the multi-streaming and all that. See, I remembered. It took me a second after all this reconfiguring. What's happened is, in order to use these transitions, I have to basically... This is all in one of the sources on this scene. I was using everything on one source, on one scene, and in order to use these transitions, whoosh, whoosh, I have to have each scene contain little bits of things. So I've removed some of the things from the this Minecraft scene and put them over on the talking head one and the intro one and stuff like that, so that I can have, you know, a little bit better transitions. And because of that, I don't go straight from the talking head, or straight from the countdown to the Patreon. It goes to the slideshow, and then the talking head I forget about. I'm gonna have to have a queue or something like that. Interesting. Alright, anyway, back to the Minecraft. That's not what I wanted to click on. Bring this back up. Okay, cool. So, anyway, over the weekend, as I said, I've been working on a little bit of graphical stuff, setting up the backdrop, setting up the PNG tuber to be a little bit more fun, and also setting up that transition. I did a stream on my Discord for a few hours setting that up, hand by hand, or pane by pane, frame by frame, drawing by hand. Each of the 70, wow, I cannot talk today. Each of the 70 individual frames. I had to rotate everything 6 degrees in order to make 30 frames per second for a 2 1/3 second stream, or video. My brain is just all over. I'm glad I'm not doing something too terribly involved today. My brain would just be mush. Hooray. Hello, Cuddles. Welcome. Bienvenue. Willkommen. So how was everyone's weekend? Did I do that right? Two, yeah, okay. Hello, Banish. How goes things? I'm gonna guess you're probably watching but haven't chatted or something like that. Ooh. Oh, that lag was because when it changes sound, when it changes tracks for the music, it has a little bit of a jitter sometimes. Oh, you got snow cuddles. Okay, cool. Very cool. So cool it's ice. And snow in Texas, that means national crisis. You did the back of your castle? Wow. That puts you leagues ahead of Grian. Hello, Gato. Domo arigato. Oh, what was that pun? There was... I remember reading a pun that one of them was in... I want to say it was cat related. I think it was arigato, and it was about cat. And then there was one for another language that used purr, as in like the sound that cats make, P-U-R-R, purr, as the pun. And it was the same pun in different languages. And then those two were posted, and other people started trying to fill in the gaps and adding some of their own puns. I can't remember what the pun was, though. Ooh. I feel bad about that. I love languages and I love puns. Ooh. Chalk one in that I should have saved that as a file category. Oops. Oh well. I guess it's... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What was... No, that's not it. No. Oh. Yes. Let's see here. I wonder if I can find out what that pun was. Hold, please. Let's see. I did this and I go... Multiple languages. Cat joke that works in multiple languages. There we go. Let's see here. Good, it's not video. Where do cats go when they die? Purgatory. And then in Spanish, they use purgatorio because it uses gato in the middle. That's what it was. And then it works in Italian because purgatory is spelled with two T's, and so is gatto in Italian. And then in French, purgatory is also perchoir, which C-H-A-T is the word for cat in French. And Portuguese, purgatorio, yeah. Yeah. There we go. Let's copy that image and let's put that over on my Discord so I can lose it over there at least. Linguistics channel, where are you? There you are. Yes, I'm a dork. I collect multilingual, polyglottal cat jokes because I am a dork. Alright. That was going to bother me if I didn't actually figure it out. Ah. Happy businesses pretend to be sympathetic towards minorities day. Yes, I do want to see our castle. I love to see progressive builds. It is inspiring. TPA Bonnie. I love when I teleport to someone, the game says that they are the one whose cape should be fluttering as opposed to me who just appeared from the void. But when I show up, your cape goes flappy flappy. You have a cape because I'm wearing or I'm using Optifine. And you probably are too. Come to think of it. Hold on, hold still, let me see your... Stop it! Stop! Stop rotating! Hey! Hey you! I want to look at your cape! You can't... Hold still. I want to look at your cape. Alright, so that's the flower charge in the middle. That's a diagonal line. That's almost all it is, isn't it? Screenshot. Now what is it supposed to be? Is it... No, it's not meant to go sideways. What is that? I don't know what that is. So this is your castle. You've made some progress on it. I do like using the strip logs. I'm going to have to incorporate the strip logs into my brain space because they're new to me still. I like the texture. I love this. This is good. I have not, until very recently, I have not considered putting windows in the actual fortification walls as decorative windows. An eye and a scar is what... Oh, I can see it. I can see it. It's an eye and a scar, yeah. But it wasn't until, honestly, until I built this for Verania, which, do I have building perms yet? No, of course not. Can't build the hill. They'll probably never come back on the server anyway. But fortification walls with little windows through them, it never even occurred to me that that might be a thing, but it looks pretty nice. I like it, having little something inside these little gaps. Something that's more than just decorative. You can actually see through it. Oh. This was a pain to follow the instructions for building this. Verania had me, they said, here, can you build this? And I was like, sure, I can do that. And I followed the instructions slowly from the multiple video guide for this thing. And at many points throughout, the structure doesn't match the way it looked in the previous video. Something changed between videos. Something undocumented. Hey, they've added a little bit of a reading space up here. Hey, it's Tally! Yeah. Windows through walls. Same sort of principle here. except yours is every other one. I do like what you've done with the little pattern down below. I like that. This is coming along very nicely. This is way better than just a rectangle. I like it. I hope this isn't your pet skeleton because I'm going to kill it. If it stops dodging. Straight line is sus. Ah. Straight line leads to strip mining for building materials. I betcha. Huh, maybe it's not even yours. What was the build that was nearby to here? Oh, this feels newish. There was that. Wait. This reminds me of what was the name? Eli Goose, I believe, on Duck SMP. They had basically the same structure, only double proportion with less detail. Wonder whatever happened to Eli. Love these caves. These are nice. You've got some nice caves. Wait. Some of the village road went down there. That's great. Also sus. Okay, maybe not as sus. I'll put it back. Alright, so let's get back to work. Home cube. Loa. Laws? There we go. And you may think that that's a lot of homes, and you're right, it is, but for me it's not. For me that's actually very tame. Oh, this layer gets torches. So I have been busy working on, well, a lot of things, honestly, but I did put up the list of data packs that I'm using for the refugee to Regent. Most of them come from Planet Minecraft, and you can actually just go and find my what's called a collection on Planet Minecraft, and it has all of the ones that I have included, as well as a couple that I wanted to include but don't seem like they're going to work. Like I'm pretty much calling the Bracken pack a write-off, which really is disappointing because I love that data pack. I have put all of the names and links to all the data packs used on my Discord on the Refugee to Regent channel, the text channel that I put up. Right now that channel is only visible to patrons until I get all the busy work done with it, because I don't know if I want to just use embedded links or if I want to use something where I can do emoji links, and I want to make sure that there aren't extra things going on while I'm still uploading the information. So for right now, it is a patron only, and that's it channel. But once I get everything up, it'll be open to everyone. But what I'll be putting on there includes not only the list of data packs I'm using, but also links to the Refugee to Region Challenge wikis, or at this point wiki, because now I can't even find the old one on the Wayback Machine anymore. Hello, Cyan D. Can you join? Yes. I can play along with you if you just come over to over here on the far right. It says mc.performium.net. It will give you access to all of the servers on Performium, and I am playing on the Wild SMP, where I have this giant, outrageous Menger Sponge of 3.2 million blocks, tier 5, that is probably going to get finished before the end of this year. At which point I'll have to transition to another one of my mindless large projects on here for Mondays. Ooh, mindless Mondays. Use embedded what? Your goal is to have it done by June. That way, by the end of June, that way it's exactly a year for the whole project. I think that's a noble goal. I think we could actually probably achieve that. Yeah, using the embedded is easier. I like the idea of pictures because people like to have pictures. As part of the reason why there's a little bouncing head of me in the bottom corner. People like to have little pictures. People like to have animations, in fact, which is why I'm not just bouncing. My lips are going ba 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 ba. I have transformed into a PNG tuber. Bum ba bum. Your pick? Did your pick die? What tier was your pick? Let's see here. This is... Oh, okay. That's this layer. What tier was your pick, Banish? Either it broke... okay. I was going to say either it broke or a creeper came up and scared the bejesus out of them, and they, instead of, you know, fleeing or killing it, they instead just threw what was ever in their hand, and that just happened to be the pick, and then the creeper exploded and destroyed the item. I am totally not saying that that's something that happened to me, because I behave rashly and I don't respond and terror to things. I don't throw things at the bad guys. I totally don't succumb to jump scares. Home warehouse? Oh no, not the warehouse. I want to go over here, I think. Because, let's see here. Netherite kit. This is all axes and things. Is this... This feels like a whole netherite kit. Well, I mean, we can find out soon enough. Let's put this stuff up here, do this. Put this in there. Go kit netherite. Ah, that was a netherite kit with everything except for the block of netherite. Oh no, that had the block of netherite. So this is just outright a whole kit. Okay. Well then, PV2. See, Cuddles was way ahead of me. I was just going to give you another new pick, but she actually had one. I will go Inville, netherite kit. One whole level. This is the full. Okay. But yeah, as far as the Refugee to Regent channel, it's going to have, in addition to all the things that I mentioned before, the links to the wikis, or wiki, as it turns out, because Wayback Machine is not bringing anything up from back in the time period when it started anymore, unfortunately. At least things about it. And I think that's actually because the site that hosted it went to a subscription base, and so you can't actually view anything unless you're subscribed to that kind of wiki, which is weird. Not much point of having a wiki if you have to pay for it to be a viewer. I can understand making your own wiki, but being a viewer, that feels a little bit scummy. Anyway, there's also going to be links to the information that I have from way back then, my own personal saves that I did. Either there isn't a full page on crime from back in the day, or I just decided I didn't want to copy it, or I didn't see it to copy, or something like that. But I don't have pages for everything, apparently. I thought I did. But either way, PV2. I will also be having links to further down in the chat, and where I will be listing what my roadmap is so that I can sort of separate things into pieces and I guess put in little stars or whatever emojis to note that I've gotten certain aspects of it done so that people can follow along with my progress. Also, there's going to be, I guess, a link to the playlist that I will be putting all of my videos in. And then there's going to be a full stage-by-stage breakdown, as best as I can do it myself, for all of the rest of the aspects of the challenge. And the reason for that is between the existing versions, it's really hard to figure out what you need to do. Like it is rocket surgery. And I want to make something simplified so that someone can just go, I need to build this many of this thing, and leave the materials and everything up to the player, obviously within the stage rules, but instead of having all these ifs and maybes and all that, I want the challenge rules to be self-contained. I want there to be less left up to chance. That way, if you have 20 apartments, you know you need to create space for another, or 25 apartments, whatever. You need to create space for another baron in your kingdom, not necessarily the capital, but at least the kingdom. I want there to be just standardized minimum rules that you can just go, this is what I'm going to build off of. This is my skeleton, and it's up to me what flesh to make it wear. I was tossing around the idea for a while of trying to come up with my own little rule sets for different races, elves, gnomes, orcs, goblins, dwarves, everything else like that. And then I realized that's way too much. And what if the things that I come up with, people don't agree? Maybe you're a Tolkien dwarf and not a Skyrim dwarf, or maybe you're a D&D dwarf, or whatever. I think if the players are going to do races or species or whatever, they need to make it their own thing. And then I just need to make rules for embassies so that the races can have representation in the capital and all that kind of stuff. You can't find Thorn. Thorn is doing a fly. I guarantee that Banish is over here somewhere. Because it's hard to get up here. Did I just see? I did. Hey, it's Cuddles. Cuddles and Banish. Did you just croak at me? Nani? But then I'm also working on, oh, that looks like, that actually looks almost castle-like. Hold on, screenshot. I can use that as another wallpaper. Actually, let's put the mass a little bit off to the right, because there's that, this part leads in from the left, and so if I put this dead center, it'll look a little funny. So I want this sort of off to the right. That way it starts playing with the thirds. Screenshot. That's a really nice angle. I like that. Anyway, I'm writing a program so that people can go, I want to play on this difficulty. I want to have this many outliers per stage. And then just press a single button and it'll just generate, okay, here's what your populations are going to be. Here's how many of these buildings you're going to need. That way, if you're rubbish at math, you can just simply have the numbers and just follow the guideline. And the beautiful thing about the Refugee to Regent challenges, if you don't like a certain aspect of the challenge, maybe it doesn't fit your vision for what you wanted to build as your castle or your empire, whatever, the rule of cool applies the whole way through. If you're like, but I mean, I want to have a kingdom, but I want it to be long-lived people, so I want it to be lower population. I want everyone to only be living in trees or something like that. You make it your own. So I want to relax some of the necessities, but I do want the rules that I set as guidelines, as well as the generation for what. Okay, now when you press a button, it just produces a spreadsheet of what you're going to need minimum. I want it to be a foundation that people can build from. I don't want it to be, oh, you must build 37 of these. I just want it to be a guideline. Because I can tell you from my own personal experience, the first time I did the challenge, I thought, I'm doing hardcore. Yeah, because it's not worth doing unless you make it hard. And I just went straight into it. And I started bemoaning all the time I was spending gathering resources and all the time I was spending building, and this is in pure survival, no fly, straight up vanilla. But it was still a fun challenge. But looking back, I know most people don't want to build 7,000 some odd houses. That's ridiculous for a lot of people. I mean, it's ridiculous for me, but ridiculous for other reasons. It's ridiculous because I will build 7,000 houses. What it boils down to is I want people to be able to be introduced to the Refugee to Regent challenge, because it does open up a lot of avenues for people to discover their wings, that they, oh, I can build neat things. Because until you're given lots of stuff to practice with, you'll tend to build a certain thing and then start a new world and then build the same certain thing that you're used to. And then you'll maybe build something that you saw in a tutorial or something like that, and then add to it things that you're used to building. And doing the kingdom building challenge forces you to have to step out of your comfort zone often. So that's why I'm going to also be writing the program for people to be able to just generate their own challenge based on difficulty. But that's sort of the plan for the Refugee to Regent channel. I would make it just outright viewable by everyone, but it's still, I'm still adding to it. Right now I have links to all of the data packs. I have that done. I was going to just do a big list of until I run out of characters, and then I realized that for some of those I can only put like 9 links up at a time. I realized, you know what, it'll display up to 5 links at once, so let's just do 5 at a time. So I think it was last night, I just went ahead and uploaded all of the links 5 at a time, all 80-ish data packs that I'm using just to have it done. And so that's in place. Farm. I teleported so farm. I mean farm, bruh. The Exploits Ninja Zero says that they are doing okay. They have been able to charge their phone using their neighbor's generator. And they do have power, or they do have heat because they have a fireplace. They don't need to have power to stay warm. They just don't have power at their house. And so, no net for them. Other than what's on their phone. Okay. So I am wondering which of these soundtracks are the ones that Twitch doesn't like, because all of my videos have been labeled that portions are muted. And I know that it can be picky either way, but I am curious if it's the same 1 or 2 tracks every time, or if it's just kind of randomly saying, during this part we don't like this. The rhythm you were placing blocks sounded too much like Darude Sandstorm or something. I don't know. But I'm curious. So if I have the time sometime, what I'm going to probably do is go back and listen to where it is muted, and then go on to my VOD that's over on YouTube and see if I can identify which one it is, or ones, and maybe trim them out. Because I was reading somewhere that if you have, even if you don't get strikes, if you have instances where you have copyrighted stuff, or stuff that Twitch thinks is copyrighted, they won't drive as many eyes towards your channel as normal. Which I know so many channels that use so many kinds of copyrighted things that sounds like absurd, but what do I know? Is my little dude still bouncing down there? Yes, he is. Sometimes I've discovered that the PNG Tuber Plus software will freeze. That's more of a it's been running for 15 hours thing, but it still can. Oh, well, Cuddles, if you want to help with identifying where they are in the playback, I can at least use that information and go, okay, it's at this timestamp that it's muted. If you want to help with that project, you don't have to. That's what my first step was going to be. Listen to where it's muted, and then find those same timestamps in the YouTube thing. Then find out which one it is in the YouTube thing and compare it to my list of... Oh, it doesn't have a number of tracks. It's a big long list of 4.5 hours worth of audio. And like I was saying in a previous stream, I know that Twitch has their own free music, but of the two places, YouTube is the one that's more vital and more important to me. So I'd rather Twitch just say, oh, portions of your videos are muted, than YouTube say, hey, something's wrong with your video. I would much rather YouTube be happy. Like, for all I know, it hears this and it thinks, is this Castlevania or something? I don't know. What I bet's happening is it's different sounds from different streams, and it's just being goofy in general. As Emma over in the Twitch chat has coined, instead of technology, it is technotogy. which I enjoy spreading neologisms. Or neologism, depending on who you are. Technology, correct, technology. It just workn't. Oh, that reminds me. I still need to keep playing that new infrastructure on my Skyrim to see if the signature equipment is actually going to level up. Because if it isn't, if for some reason the experience captures don't trigger for the equipment and slowly refine your gear over time, as much as I am sort of enjoying the leveling system of the experience mod, I much rather would have the leveled gear. It is nice to have the standard RPG vibe of leveling. Don't get me wrong. But it feels more personal to have my gear become more comfortable to me over time. That way I could reasonably just start with some gear and use that same gear through the entire playthrough and it still be viable. This is my lucky steel dagger. Or whatever. I also need to put together the code for the random character thing. Maybe that'll be this week. Take a drink. Oh, speaking of technology, when I saw you post in the Twitch chat, which comes through on my Streamlabs, I tried to respond in the chat box that's on Streamlabs, and it said, you need to log into Twitch. Bruh, I'm streaming there. I am logged in. And so I filled in the things, and it then said, you need to log into Twitch. Oh, I give up. Technology. I've also noticed when I've gone back and looked at the actual stream chat for YouTube and for Twitch, whichever one is on my Streamlabs, it doesn't always have the same chat. There are things on the main site that aren't coming through to me. So I might just have to have a pop-out window of both chats all the time anyway, which I think is a little bit unnecessary, but I'd rather cover my bases and know what all is being said, because I went back, and it was about a month ago. I saw that someone was trying to talk to me, and they just left. Don't remember which video it was. I think it was one of the Menger Sponge ones, but that feels pretty bad to be ignored. But it also feels bad on my end to know that had I known that they were talking, I would have responded. So I might just have to pop out both chats just all the time anyway, and not use the Twitch pop out thing. And if I do that, I could just have, oh, now that's a thought actually. Ooh. Because I wouldn't have to have it fill the whole screen, I could just have the Streamlabs cover part of the screen on that side, and then the rest of the screen can be occupied by YouTube and Twitch chats. Oh, I might be onto something. I can just have the actual browser windows open, and that way if I need to type, I'm right there anyway. Huh. Oh, by the way, hey Cuddles, while I'm live, would you say something on the Twitch chat? Because I found out that there's something that I can only do while live. So Cuddles, would you say any old thing over on the Twitch chat? Ah, there is definitely something said over on the Twitch chat. All right, now I click on that. There we go. Huzzah. There we go. Because I can't always be monitoring everything all the time. I needed to make sure that both of you and Emma were modded over on the Twitch. That way I can have that in place, because apparently it's a lot feistier here on Twitch than it is on YouTube. And so getting moderation going early is good. I still think it's funny that the automod did not like the word put. P-U-T, like put something in your hand. Automod said, nope, nope, nope. That is, what was it? Misogynistic. That's what it was. The word put is misogynist. Quoi? I mean, I'm familiar with linguistics a bit, and that's news to me. Anyway. I'm sure that you can compare notes with always. Let's see here. Oh, also, I was thinking about for my Skyrim playthrough about making a similar list of links to all the pages for the mods that I'm using. And then it occurs to me that they are all on Nexus, and all I have to do is just name them. Because while the list of 75, 80, whatever data packs was tolerable-ish, I'm not sure I want to flood the chat for the Skyrim and Fallout with a mile of links. So I think what I'm gonna do is just make a text file available so that people can just have access to it. Oops. And the text file will have the links to all the mod pages and all that kind of stuff. And maybe a brief explanation about what the different mods do, why I added them and that kind of thing. Because 300 plus mods is a bit spammy. Even if it's my channel, I don't feel like doing that. I remember being exhausted when I filled in all of my wallpapers on the wallpaper channel. Then again, that was literally over 9,000. Over 9,000 wallpapers. Or maybe over 7,000, something like that. Oh, completely unrelated news. It has been significantly cold here at my house last several days. Matter of fact, right now it is warmer than it has been for 2 days. It is 8 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is warmer than it has been. And I keep the heat on in all the rooms. I keep the water trickling in the spout so that it doesn't freeze, but I forgot one thing. Under the tub, there's a draft straight to outside. And that wouldn't be a problem, except, that's supposed to be there, except the line for the hot water, in addition to the cold water, which is running in the tub, the line for the hot water also runs directly under the tub. And so the hot water line is frozen under the tub. Now thankfully, that's a much thinner pipe, so it's probably less likely to burst. But we're gonna have to keep our ear out for a waterfall once the thawing happens. It didn't even occur to me, because the hot water's never frozen before. But now we have a draft under the tub, and I have to assimilate that into my knowledge. So now there's cold water only, which is doubly terrible because now the only source for hot water is the sink faucet. technically, I can also use the sink faucet in the kitchen because those lines will never freeze. Those go inside the house. But the drain from the kitchen sink also exposed to the draft. And so the drain has also frozen. So we can't actually put anything new in the sink until it thaws. So we can only use the bathroom sink for hot water. Very, very flabbergasting. You've had a bad headache for the past 3 days. Have you checked your blood pressure? Not to turn into a concerned health conversation, but it is concerning when a friend has ailments. It's concerning when I have ailments. I don't like them. Oh, there's no probably about that. We're not supposed to have headaches for 3 days solid. That's usually something considerably wrong. Heck, I need to probably go see a doctor. I can feel my blood pressure is higher than I want it, and I don't know why. I could guess until the cows come home. Yeah, mine's also, along with my higher blood pressure, I can also tell that I'm kind of idling at about 90, 95, and that's also not good. It's not the 120 that it was when I had to go to the hospital, but still, it's not good. We should be idling at around, like 70-ish. $60 to $70, thereabouts. Anyway, let's see here. Oh, I did set up the supers over on YouTube. In addition to the memberships, I thought it was going to be this whole process like setting up the memberships was. It's not. It was just a process of flipping on 2 or 3 toggles. If I'd known that, I would have done that like immediately, but it seemed like it was going to be just like setting up the memberships, but that's done too now. I am going to have to modify some of the information for the Patreon tiers because, well, first off, I'm going to need to actually expand my list of options because I don't know what I'm gonna do for all these different tiers and things. I have no idea how to make them special and unique right now. I'm trying to do everything else. But I do want the tiers on Patreon for the same level of pledge to be sort of in sync with the tiers on YouTube. Patreon YouTube should have the same benefits for the same pledge levels. And so I'm going to have to fiddle around with the information for those. Oh, you know what? Ever since it's been consistently warm to stave off the sub-zero temperatures, I wonder... Hold please, I'm going to take off my over sweater and see if I don't feel my blood in my face anymore. For just a second. Ah, good, my deodorant's still working. Okay. Let's see if that helps bring down my gradually rising blood pressure, because that's concerning. Not supposed to have high heart rate, not supposed to have high blood pressure. Sometimes they can be stress related, sometimes they can be ailment related. I do know that if I get to past a certain point, I just feel like just awful. Just plain awful. And so I have that threshold to watch out for, but I can also feel when I'm on the way. And so I have to make little adjustments here and there. But I'm also going to have to go take the old car in for an inspection. So, oh, that's something I can talk about. So last Saturday turned into a zoo of misfortune. Uh, I was watching RTA stream. I had everything ready for going live, and then the end of his stream showed up, and I typed in his chat, "Hey, why don't you raid me?" I don't even know if that got noticed or anything, but as soon as like, or before that even, I don't know. I probably had a bit of a buffer, but when I clicked to go live so that my stream could start before his ended so I could receive a raid, my internet went like it was perfectly timed. And I was left scrambling to try to get back on and set up the tags and everything else, and I got to a point where I was like, this is too much stress. I can already feel the stress things beginning to happen. That's not good. So I said, okay, looks like I'm not streaming today. That's supposed to be a hole. That. Wait a minute. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, well, bye. Guess I won't go for you. This is actually the solid line. Hooray! Paying attention. At least I have these little visual cues that I can go on. I just had to listen to my brain when it says, hey, something doesn't look right. The one that happened the other day really fooled me. I thought I was okay. Turns out I was 2 layers off or something like that. That was rough. Anyway, so over the weekends, I am planning on doing an additional stream. Not just the stream to be doing something to catch a raid from RGA. Honestly, that's mostly to see if I can just get up to 50 followers on here on Twitch so that I can start setting up the things that revolve around bits. Or at least get that ball rolling. No, I'm also planning on adding, like every weekend, having a pick from the list thing. I'll set something up on my Discord or whatever, where people who are patrons and members can say, I would like to see you play this game. Because I have on Steam I have 783 games Some of them are duplicates, so bear that in mind. But I also have, in addition to the duplicates, I have a category called Never Play with 108. So it's more like about 600-ish games that I have in my library that I do play, have played, and or am willing to play. But I don't leave myself the time to play them. I have games that I have even paid money for, and the most I've done is just launch them to make sure they run. And I'd like to play some of them. So what I'm thinking is having a, because I keep hearing crowd control in my brain, I'm trying to say crowd control, but something different than that. I want to have the people who are watching me by choice, I want them to be able to pick what they want to watch me play. And I think that being able to incorporate the 600 some odd games into my stream routines might be worthwhile. It'll certainly make me feel better about having them. There's a lot of games that I have wanted to play for a very long time, but I feel like well, this one doesn't necessarily seem as, I guess, engaging or worth following. But then here I am building a giant Menger Sponge. So there's that. There's the fact that I've seen other streamers play some really dull stuff, and they have hundreds or thousands of followers. So I think it's just a matter of, I just want to play what I've got. And primarily, I enjoy playing the diggy buildy games, but also RPGs. But I also have other games. Now, there are going to be some games that I will almost certainly not be playing on stream because they aren't what I would call brand friendly. I don't know how much of the GTA style violence is acceptable before it is for some audiences, but I would rather stick to games that are for my channel more brand friendly, and I can compile a massive list of that. But I would like to start incorporating at least one game a week, one stream a week dedicated to something I don't play often. Let's give them the wall of text. Copy and paste. I have a rule for new people typically. When it comes to different player styles, I have seen demonstrated and participated in, or rather been the recipient of, enough people who join fresh, right out the gate. I want a team. Who wants a team with me? Team, team, team. And then it goes to heck in handbasket, and they become either untrustworthy or accident prone or whatever. So I will happily give people information on their first join. And depending on how baggy they are, I will get them like a lower quality kit or something like that. And then if someone is just outright trying to fill their time by helping me, like that one person, Dill Pickle, I think their name was, last week, I will help them out a little bit further. I'll give them an actual full-on kit, or I will give them other supplies or resources so that they can enjoy the game a little better. But if they are new, most people unless they themselves are also new, won't trust someone off the bat, because we've all been burned by new people enough times to know that yeah, even we can be as trusting as we want and nice as we want, but that doesn't mean it's going to be reciprocated. So I give people a few days. If I start seeing their name regularly, even if it's just more than once sometimes, and they seem to actually be doing stuff, playing, exploring, dying a few times, I will gladly interact with them more than just the initial howdies and stuff. That may seem a little jaded, but I have spent so many resources on people who never come back after giving them the initial thing. And then there goes my kit that I could have used on someone who does come back. Or, what's even worse is, I help someone out and find out that they're just going around and hacking and griefing and being a menace. So I want to help people, but I would rather see who they are first. Like Cuddles says, don't team with someone I don't know yet. Same sort of principle. But I've also learned from lots of past experiences that the more friendly you are, the more noticeable you are, the more charitable you are, the more people are drawn to you to try to take advantage of you. Good old Skyblock days, and that I don't even remember the name of the faction server. Maybe it was just factions. Tell you what, back in factions period, I was so naive. Sure, I can trust anyone who's on Skyblock and add them to my faction, and I can trust them with access to everything, and everyone will definitely 100% of the time listen to the one rule of don't teleport people to the base and all that kind of stuff. No. No. Sadly, no. It was fun watching them try to get into the first start base, though. The 2 layers of regenerating lava, they just could not get in, and I was just giggling the whole time. It was great. I should have put up those last 2 videos in the faction series, even though we decided after the mod's boyfriend commanded their way into our stuff. I still should have put those other 2 videos up, the last 2 that I recorded, because what I was doing was I was lagging behind on purpose, putting up videos of what I had done, sort of, like 2-3 weeks behind the actual progress. And the last video that I recorded, the last video where we decided, you know, if people are just able to do this nonsense, then what's the point? So, what I had recorded all of the nonsense of the people being able to break and place blocks, and I had recorded all of the little fun of people trying to raid and all that kind of stuff. And I should have just uploaded it. I should have kept the files and uploaded them. But I was so frustrated that I just up and deleted them. But I do believe that in the video of the first base, where we made the transition to move over to the end, I do believe I recorded plenty of footage of us just sitting there while everything's being moved and just listening to or watching them try to get in. But the funniest part about it is, even when I fully unclaimed and then we just moved solidly to the end, they still couldn't get in, even with it being unclaimed. I sat there for hours watching them through little holes and things like that, trying to come in, and they didn't. It was so unbelievably funny. But the stress of being not only a server where people were very inclined to use cheats, but also a server that got high visibility for the owners and mods trolling, I just didn't want to deal with that stress anymore, so I decided no more factions. I have lots of other projects. We demonstrated that we could very easily make it was the top rank in less than 6 weeks, something like that, just by simply working together and building all the different things. It was fun. It was a fun little challenge, exercise, something like that, but the stress is just not for me, especially anymore. I have noticed something being on this end of all the stream data. The the platforms will occasionally send new eyes my way while I'm streaming, but there seems to be a minimum threshold of active, like typing and watching, active viewership before the decision is made to go, all right, let's send another batch of eyes their way. Oh, that's something I need to include. Or actually, that's something I need to modify, I think. Because I think it's already pre-included. But now that I can get memberships and supers and whatnot, I have to add the little UFO animation. Need to add that to the list. That's something I have noticed the last few times I've been on this project, is I absolutely have a different methodology for building the layers because I have the fly command. Because when I built one of these sorts of things without fly, I built it in such a way that I could periodically gain acrobatics levels. So I was always building up just high enough to take a little bit of fall damage from one section to another, and then keep moving on from there. But now, because I'm flying all the time, instead of building up in little bits and pieces, I'm just going full layer at a time. A whole different build style than without fly. I mean, even beyond the fact that I wouldn't be able to build as fast, I could still very easily just do like this number and ever so slowly build the entire thing using the good old-fashioned backpedal build method. And that would definitely be a tedious stream. That was a perfect number of blocks. Eek. When I do finally get all of this done, I can't wait to see what everything looks like from the middle. I just realized something. I need to figure out where I want to put the platform, which height. Because here's what's on my mind. If this is right here, if this is the dead center of the entire build, which it is, then I could have my eyes at the dead center level. I could have my feet at the dead center level, or the dead center level could be what I'm standing on. But either way, I think I do need to at least mark the dead center level. So let's just go ahead and put that in place. I need... That should be fine right there. And then that's 23. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That block right there is the absolute dead center of the entire structure. Is there a grid border? Okay, it's firmly in the middle of the grid border. So height-wise, it doesn't matter as far as render distance is concerned. So I'll ponder it a while. Maybe I'll put up some sort of a poll or something like that future-wise, because it's far from being ready to have the observation deck there. I want to at least get the whole front in before I do that. Oh. Started on the wrong side. That's going to be weird seeing that pole out there in the middle. Planning ahead. I do want the majority of the observation deck to be glass, so that we can see it clearly. But I was thinking gray glass, not even light gray, just flat out gray glass. I know that I have access to quite a bunch of it. All right. Very, very low chance. Am I going to get playtime rewards? No. Not at all. And I know from experience that switching hubs isn't going to make any difference whatsoever, but I'm going to do it. Oh, is sand? Guess it is. Nope, not at all. I have literally been on the server for 2 hours and no playtime bonus. It does not matter at all. That is so frustrating. I'll take my 1 experience. So that's supposed to be thousands of experience. If you're on all day, you get 7,201 experience. Just that's it. That's the whole day's reward. 7,200 plus the 1 freebie. You always get the 1 freebie. But I'm only getting the 1 freebie. That was a terrible parkour. What was that lag? Alright, let's lag again. Best is in hub 2. I'll try again. You get the monocle of confusion. Oh, you know what? I should probably take out all the structure blocks to that centerpiece. Do that when I get back around to the front. So with the stream elements, which is I think what causes me to have the stardust in addition to the pending bits. Oh, Beast isn't, wait, Beast is online. How have you not been kicked on this computer? Ah, well that would explain some of my bandwidth. Let's disconnect. There we go. That might free some bandwidth up a little bit. I did not know. Thank you for telling me. Oh, wait. I need to get this over here. What is it? F3 B for hitboxes? Yes. Not all versions of Minecraft had this, but it does work in 1.19. What's this? Oh, hey! We had more turtles. Oh. Ribbit. Ribbit. F3B. Fun piece of information about turtles. Sea turtles. Their gender is determined by the temperature as the egg is forming and hatching. And so the result of this has been that over the last several years, more than 95% of the sea turtle population in most places around the world is now female only. Which means within the next couple of generations, there's going to be a massive sudden die-off of sea turtles. Now, a population can survive a little bit um, if it is more female than male. And often what happens is it just means that the females are slightly less picky about their mates. And so males can produce more lineages with a larger number of females. But if it goes the other way around, if it was largely male and only a couple females, that does limit, very greatly limit, the potential populations. If it's male heavy, then the die-off is a lot faster. But there is still a die-off if it's female heavy, especially anything above like 70% is terrifying numbers. And so if it's 90+% females, then that's just 1 or 2 generations of, well, there went that species. Not to be too much of a downer on that subject, but, you know, it is our fault. I'm contributing. I'm not only am I running a high-end computer with 2 monitors, but I also am streaming to 2 places that are actively storing and then redistributing my content to other people around the world as well. So I'm part of the equation, but my part is the teensiest, tiniest drop in the bucket compared to some entities. Anyway, not to go all Kyle Hill and SciShow or anything like that, just, you know, just food for thought. Speaking of food for thought, I had chicken nuggets for lunch. Chicken nuggets with, quote, chicken dipping sauce. It tasted okay. I have no idea what's in it. It wasn't spicy or anything. Well, I mean, it wasn't fire spicy. It was very tasty spicy, but it wasn't like my lips are bleeding kind of spicy. You return to continue your duties. Sorry, sir. We do not wish to hear about your duties in chat. Did that fall all the way into the... Yes, it did. Bye! Ooh, drink. That's a good idea. Ah! It lagged at the same moment that my mouse was down, and it thinks... Oh, I hate that. When that sort of a lag happens, it says, clearly they are still doing the same input they were doing before the lag. So then wherever you look, block, 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 block. Anyway. So, Chronicon. For Christmas, I decided that the winter sale was the perfect opportunity to get the I know it's not Necromancer. Necromancer is Borderlands. Mechanist? That sounds right. Mechanist DLC. Necromancer. Scumbag brain. Anyway, I played a few minutes of it. Started a new character. Just barely got into the game. And I was thinking of maybe pursuing a mechanist video or stream rather for from one of my extra weekend streams. That way I can get in some of the content from the final bit of DLC in one of my all-time favorite games ever. Polished deep slate. How much polished deep slate do you need? There we go. I like seeing builders build things. So if I have, I give. Can always get and or make more. Something just occurred to me. I think that my wife's claim on here is safe. Wait. I hope carrot underscore is drifter. Because oh yeah, because they wouldn't have gone through and subdivided all of these things. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, my wife's little spot here, edge is right along here. Was this whole area was going to become a giant what are these? Mangrove trees. A giant mangrove tree with a house in the middle and big roots coming down, going into the water and stuff like that. But then everyone, my wife included, migrated over to candy, so that kind of stopped. I do like her cute little bee house though. Ah. What was that? Oh, I had status effects from being near someone's beacon. Wait a minute. Got ahead of myself. All right. So, it is halfway through January. And my deadline for sure, no matter what, for getting started on the Refugee to Regent streams and videos, and also for the what was I going to call it? Until It Just Works series for my Skyrim stuff. My absolute deadline for being done with all the prep so I can start and already have the announcements up and everything is the end of January. So I have to do a little bit more work on the Skyrim. Very little, in fact. That's mostly testing to see if, with the experience mod installed, it interferes with the signature equipment mod. And if it does, then experience mod goes poof. If it doesn't, then cool. I was also thinking about adding one more mod that changes the appearance of all the interfaces to look like ink on parchment. And also, along with that, it would have a more in-depth guide of things that are missing from the Dragonborn Museum. But I'm not sure I like the appearance change of the ink on parchment for that. It feels too different to me. So I may just leave that one be. So it's probably just going to be the experience mod. But then I also have to make the list of all the mods, but that's easy enough to do. And I might just post it as a text file. I probably will. Just post it as a text file on the channel and just pin it so that people can know what mods I'm using. But then there's the refugee to regent. I have to finish the guidelines for the nobility housing in the States. I have to finish the details for the stockpiles. Because I think that if there is going to be a minimum stockpile arrangement for any of the levels, any of the stages, there ought to be some reflection of it throughout the stage or throughout the challenge. And so what I was thinking was having a guideline based on build type. Oh yeah, yeah, this is a nice place. This is Ruby. You can walk here following a tunnel. You can walk here from spawn. There's a tunnel behind Ruby's place. I think, let's see here. I don't think the tunnel's inside here. Yeah, that's that house. I think the tunnel is out this road here. And this should take you, I think, to Redstone Road. There's another of Ruby's builds. Ruby has a castle here. You might be interested in seeing this castle vanish. This is a long road. This is almost 9 kilometers. Or no, I'm sorry. It's almost 9,000 blocks. That's my bad. It was almost 8 kilometers. Okay. So it isn't on Redstone Road. Oh, the entrance is the Zen entrance. Ah, okay. Now, the reason I thought it was on Redstone Road is Ruby has her shop here. Or Ruby has their shop here. Presume it's a her. Based on interactions and whatnot. Let me finish this ring here. Ruby's place. Oh yeah, scissors. Ruby's place is over here. Hidden Crescent. There we go, Ruby 711. I thought that it was a route that led out from here, but I was wrong. Hey, it's Mitch. Doors open again, hooray! Ruby has a plant-based shop. I like that. It's not primary colors, it's kind of the muted colors, and I love these colors. I would wear shirts of all three of those colors. There's a bell. Dang, you can't ring bells if they're owned? That's sad. Splash. Oh, strength 2. Interesting. Cube, lower. All right. So it was on Diamond Road. Wait, is that in my address book? Come over to Discord, scroll up to the Minecraft section, click on the wild address book, scroll down to Diamond Road. Oh, it is, it's right there. The address to that entrance is 2102 Right Diamond Road, owned by Ruby and Zen, but it's actually Ruby's claim. All right. Before Candy came out, I was planning on actually publishing a little mini book that was a wild address book. Not just like writing it in-game. I was going to do that too and just hand it out to new people so they could have the directory of important things. But I was also going to make like a 99-cent ebook that you could get on Amazon that was a wild address book. Listing all the places of interest. But it is amazing how fast people go from saying, oh yeah, I'm never gonna leave this server, this is my server forever, even if they come out with a new server, to, ooh, new server. And that's fine. People deserve to be happy, and usually that is often derived from social happiness. Oh, it doesn't like it when you caps lock. Oh, this is that track that has the great big long silence. Maybe not. The top part of the castle? Absolutely. Let me finish this ring here and I'll come take a look. Do I have... I do not. Oh. I do have this. Let's take a look. Wait. What? You moved. Huh. That's important knowledge. Looks like I'm gonna get some blackstone. I mean, what unclaimed blocks? I thought this is the same place. I thought you just tore it down and started anew. You're off. Unless you're doing that on purpose, I think you're off. How did you so rapidly switch between breaking the stone and breaking the wood? How did you do that? How did do? You've left some blocks over here. Well, so have I, but how did you switch between tools so fast? That's what I want to know. Anyway, it's shaping up to be a nice crown, I guess. Yeah, my chat is covered by the PNG tuber. I'm hoping that I can potentially use it to obscure things that might not be worth having in chat. I can't think of anywhere else where I would want to put it. I mean, I could put my dude in the top left, I suppose. Because I don't have a lot of stuff going on up there. Should I put him in the top left? Yeah, bottom right and bottom left. And I guess... See, here's the thing. I have the sounds. I have the sounds as being in the bottom right, and it'd be more helpful for people to be able to potentially help me go, oh no, the lava's over to your right, we just saw it, or something like that. Whereas this mostly just covers the username anyway, because most chats aren't going to be multiple lines unless you're someone like me who writes sentences and paragraphs. I think I'm just going to leave him where he is. He looks okay. He's in his lane. I keep forgetting he exists. Ye old PNG tuber. Okay, back to, let me bring this chat back up. There we go. Don't sit on my foot because I'll get a cramp. Okay. Home. Oh. Set home, banish. No, I'll say banish. There we go. Because the other is banish S. Home. There we go. Yeah, when I got Breath Edge, I absolutely enjoyed playing that game and experiencing it for the first time live with you guys. That was a fun game. It's a shame it doesn't have much replayability. Like if they made it so that stuff actually regenerated, it would be a lot more replayable. And I definitely would replay it. But I am not leaving myself much allotment for doing other games like that right now. I haven't done my WoW character in a while. I haven't done any of the other RPG games. I've been almost exclusively focusing on Minecraft and Skyrim. For good reason. Because I have all these projects going with them, but I don't want to pigeonhole. And while I can't stay on top of getting all the new best and brightest games, what's Lethal Company, I think is the name of one of the new ones. I kind of missed the bus for Among Us, but also I don't like that kind of stress. I probably wouldn't mind playing Lethal Company. It's a different kind of stress. I don't mind that kind of stress too much. One of my favorite games is Dead Frontier 2, which I haven't played that in a long time either because I haven't given myself a moment to do that. And also Dead Frontier 2 is more fun if I can just play all day. And I don't think I can really do that anymore. Oops. But I definitely want to incorporate other games into my week. I miss the having a stream every day of the week schedule. I do miss that. But I cannot do that anymore because of the whole constant stress and concern and whatnot. I'm trying to stay on top of everything. So I had to dial it back, but I feel like I'm leaving out so much potential gameplay because of that. Ouch. Hey, Branchy's on. Is it deficit? I think it's deficit with an E. Oh, that took over my paste. End rods are a piece of cake. Wrong floor. Wait, no, it's not. Wait, which one is light? This is light. Light, end rods. End rods are popped coarse, popped or puffed. I think it's popped coarse fruit. Plus blaze powder. Piece of cake. Both are renewable. Now the fences. I'm right there with you, buddy. Do I have netherwort? Oh yes. think it's on this floor. It is not this floor. It is also not this floor. And here's one stack. And its twin. Yes, smelting netherrack makes nether brick. Yes, indeed. In fact, that reminds me. Oh no, we were doing smooth stone last time. Dang. Okay. These are all still blaze rotted up. Yeah. We have this little setup here so that we can AFK and just let us get levels from repair. And the way that happens is as you smelt an item with a furnace that you put fuel in, it gives you a little bit of XP for mining and a little bit for repair. And so when we're on, we make sure if we're smelting things, we have this off so that it'll keep going. And then if we're going to be offline, so our levels don't get wasted if we're not on, but someone else is, we turn this on. That way the hopper doesn't draw, and at most we lose a stack or something like that. That reminds me. Somewhere in here. Oh, you can tell I was over there for a while. Somewhere in here, there's a bee. Let's use the hitboxes and see if we can find it. Can't see hitboxes through blocks, thankfully. But that also makes this task a small bit more challenging. Watch, the bee has moved on to another floor. Yeah, I found him while I was harvesting last time. It was Mumbo Jumbo Junior. And I was just busily harvesting and all of a sudden bee in face. And I had meant to drag him back with a lead, but that never happened. He's probably still in here though. Probably. If we do capture him, bring him down here, we need to enclose this area so that he doesn't do that again. Oh, Branchy. Basically, we have a bee farm area, just a small area, and we keep losing bees. Well, a lot of them we thought were, and they probably are, but we thought were chalked up to the great die-off that was just happening. But then we found one of our bees, our named bees, somewhere else in the base. Got him back to where the bee farm was, and there he was, just happily doing his little busy bee work. And then he vanished again, right at the same time that lots of other creatures were vanishing again, even named ones, and we thought, oh, well, this time it's for real. Have not seen him since, and then, like last week, I'm doing the glowberries to get some more bone meal going. And lo and behold, there he is. Deep slate bricks? Oh, it's tiles. Dang. I betcha. Yeah, Twitch chat is still working. Thank you. Yeah, I did not identify anything as a question, and so my brain said, yep, those are comments. I have got to practice responding a little bit more to things. Apologies. That. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you get 4 end rods out of one of the recipes. Oh, it's not blaze powder, it's blaze rods. Okay, I see. Yeah, okay. But still, with an ample blaze farm, not a big deal. Go over to Candy, however. That's a pretty big deal, having a blaze farm. Pretty tough to do. Especially because spawners don't make animals over on Candy. Natural spawners also, I believe, do not produce mobs over there. I think it is just universally all spawners just generate in-game currency. Absolutely. Can't build anything with cash. Oh, one thing I was planning on, by the way, for the claim that I have on Gold Road that I was going to turn into a sky block, or at least a floating island area. I've been thinking about it, and I am kind of wanting to make it be a nod to the Refugee to Regent challenge. Like, you start on a dirt island, rudimentary stuff, and then as you go further in or further up or whatever, you get to the higher stages of the Refugee to Regent challenge, and then at the very, very top, the Nether Star Imperium, I will put a beacon or something. I think that would be pretty neat. Referencing one of my other projects with one on here. The Tough ate all the deep slate. We have to go deeper. Now let's just make sure here. Gap of 2, there's a hole. Yes, this is correct. Ooh, mac and cheese. Pasta sounds delightful. I don't have any pasta handy, mostly because I don't want to deal with the non-draining sink. Because while I could cook the pasta and then waddle it all the way down to the other end of the house and dump it in the tub or whatever, I'd rather not have to deal with that. So I've kind of been avoiding making anything that requires me to do any pasta stuff. Oh, you know, I could make some rice. That just goes in the pressure cooker, and I can do the rinsing of that in the bathroom. Pressure cook some rice, add some chicken, some spices, maybe a little cheese, some cheese. That's something that I never did this weekend. Oh, I was gonna go to the store or stores and see if I could hunt down some of the planned grilled cheeses. I have a list of grilled cheese sandwiches that I want to make that I don't know if I can get my hands locally on even any of them. I feel like I should be able to get at least some of them though, and I have to look around. But I have been in a mood for grilled cheese sandwiches. Although I probably shouldn't be filling up on salty cheese, but who cares? It's just, you know, a little bit of death. But anyway, where is that list of cheeses? Food channel. Pinned messages. Oh no. I need to pin this message. The 6 types of cheeses that are on this list: Oaxaca, Oxaca, Fontina, Camembert, Parmigiano Reggiano, not Parmesan, Parmigiano Reggiano, Roquefort, and Swiss Gruyere. And with a little note to add a little bit of garlic and chives. I very much desire testing these. Because I watched a video recently of a 3rd generation cheesemonger who said, you know what, I've got all these cheeses that I've always wondered. And so they made a video where they made 56 different grilled cheese sandwiches using many of the types of cheeses they have at their disposal. And the information that he gave was very enlightening, and the ones that sounded the most interesting based on his descriptions, at the end of the video, my list of 6 had all 5 of the ones that he said were his top 5 favorites. So I'm really happy and excited to try all of them, including the other one that I added that sounded good also to me. He, on camera, gagged at the premise of eating a grilled provolone sandwich. He made the grilled cheese sandwich, and then he could smell it, and it instantly caused a gag reflex for him. And he's used to cheese. So I think I will pass on trying to make a grilled provolone cheese sandwich. That one did not make it to my list. Jelly the cat is no more. Oh no! I presume that this is their real Jelly the cat. The one off of which the Minecraft Jelly the cats are based. Do we know if it was caused by something like, you know, complications due to getting old, or was it complications due to getting run over by a bus. Flat cat syndrome is still sad, but, you know, maybe slightly less sad than some of the others. Oh, so probably age. Purely indoor cats can often live to be in their 20s sometimes, but usually about between 15 and 20 is right about their shelf life. Indoor outdoor, it's a little bit shorter on average, about 12 years ish, and strictly outdoors between 8 and 12. Recipe for nether brick fence is 4 nether brick blocks and 2 nether bricks. Makes 6. Fence. I swear, my brain and my mouth need to keep track of who's trying to say what. So, not this layer, but the next layer is going to be the one that gets the torches. Okay. This must be the top of a chunk. Or the bottom, top, whatever. Let's see here. F3G. Yep, there we go. I think my hypothesis is fully into theory land. Which that's something that always bothers me. People say, it's just a theory. What do you mean, just a theory? A theory means it's pretty much been proven absolutely, unless something absolutely different happens that we find out that we're living in a simulation or something. Hypothesis means, I wonder. Theory means it's been tested and tested and tested and tested, and everything points to it being true. Everything. That's what theory means, and they say, oh, it's just a theory. What do you mean, just? Even Matt Pat made fun of that, and his phrase is, that's just a theory, a game theory. Or film, or food, or style. He's got lots of theories. You can't just say you found the coolest base ever and there you go. Sigh. Oh, it's owned by Muddyputs. They have lots of little tiny things everywhere. Horsey. Can I tame you? Or are you already tamed? You're not tamed. Give me a level. Let me love you. Give. Give point. No. No. Is loved. And I won't murderize this one. Because apparently they changed it so that you can put saddles on them. PB3, do I have a saddle? Player Vault 3, I do not. Home, warehouse. Oh, no, guess not. Oh, you have to click on them with the saddle. Hey! I wonder if that's because of higher rank or if that's just everyone can do it now. And you can take it back out. Nice. Wait, no, you can't take it back out. It reappeared on the horse. Oh no! Well, I mean, have a saddle, I guess. Not allowed to use that kind of inventory. So you can put it on, you just can't take it off. Well. Give me my saddle back. Here. Well, I tried. See, that makes no sense. If you can saddle a horse now, then why can't you unsaddle it? And also, the whole purpose of not being able to saddle the horses was because people were using a dismount glitch to enter other people's bases. So if you can put the fence, or the fence, I read fence in chat. If you can put the saddles on the horses and ride them, then that negates the purpose of making it so you can't interact with that inventory. So I am thinking that it is a rank related issue. Anyway. Oh, that also reminds me. Nope. They packed everything up and put it in their inventory. Which means... take the claim back. Claim black. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So I know I normally ask this about the weekends. I usually ask what plans people have, but does anyone have plans for the week this week? Anything interesting going on? Thank you for what help you have done, Cuddles. Even the teeniest, tiniest bit is helpful. Finish your castle. Ooh. Are you gonna put like a moat around it or anything? That's one thing I'm not going to be doing for the Refugee to Regent challenge is pursue the whole castle building and throne room and the whole royalty thing. And that's also part of the reason why I haven't really pursued much about the nobility aspect of stuff, but I get that some people would want to do it. That actually, if there is going to be throne and castle related stuff, I should probably include that. I might make an amendment to the challenge, but I have nowhere to actually start. They mention little bits and pieces like 2 or 3 times about the throne room, but nothing about castles or anything like that. So I would have to come up with everything on my own, and I'm none too eager to do that right yet. But when it comes to the Refugee to Regent challenge, for what I'm doing, I want to kind of avoid the royalty aspect. And the reason why basically revolves around the premise for why I am having to start as a refugee and build my way up to regent. The situation that has caused it is actually going to be part of the story itself, and it's going to be one of the key factors behind me ending the series. I have a lot of it already planned out, and I honestly can't wait to get to that point, but that's going to be more than a year out. Probably maybe even 2 years out. Because do remember, for my version of the challenge, what I have in store for me is the main capital, and then starting on the stone stage, 3 outliers per stage, stone or iron. Is it stone or iron? I don't remember. It's one of those two, either way. And then I'm going to be expanding out into not only the Nether and the End, but also other dimensions added by some of the data packs. There are some dimensions added by not simple energy, stardust fragment, that are just, they're a bit much. The spawning in them is a little bit out of hand, because the worlds are completely and perpetually dark. The spawn rate is increased. The spawn creatures that are allowed are many of the overworld ones, including also some custom mobs, and they just, if there's a space for them to spawn, they will. And they all are constantly spawning around the player, and it gets to be a bit excessive. So I may avoid those dimensions, and I'm planning on avoiding them. I may go into them for some resource getting or exploration, but that's about it. But the population of my kingdom is going to be about or over 10,000. And that is at least 7,500 residences. Some are houses, some are apartments, some are slums. Some will be able to hold like 2 people in 1 bedroom. Some will be just 1 person per house. And there are certain requirements for all of that. But with a population like 10,000, it's not an overnight challenge. And that's one of the reasons why I'm going after it. But with the amount of work involved, I am glad that I'm catching some of these, well, maybe situations in the planning stage. I'm glad I had the foresight to test all of the the data packs together, because that would also have been just awful if I had just said, oh, okay, well, these all work, and then I go to use them all together and it all just workn't. That would have been so sad. Now, the Skyrim part. I really do think I'm basically where I need to be to get started. I just have to finish testing if I can get signature equipment to keep working. And if I can, then I can basically start that series anytime I want. Because I don't feel like there are many more mods that I want to have for sure. I've tested a lot that work individually don't play well with others. A lot that I didn't know about when I first putting them together have been added and proven indispensable with me being able to do everything. So I am glad about that. But ultimately, I really do think that all I need to do is just the testing for if my equipment levels up on its own. And if it does, I think I'm good to go. So that deadline for the end of this month for both projects, I really do think it's a reasonable deadline for me. Right, now this layer get torches. And this is... This is another one of these full layers. Okay. This vantage point is going to be an interesting distraction. Ooh. It's almost like a mandala. You have nacho mac and cheese, huh? Ah, the popcorn seasoning. Oh, that's something. I've been bouncing the numbers around, and obviously for the Streamlabs and the Dinobot, as long as I can have the before fees $300 earned from my online stuff. As long as I can get that, I can continue to do those. But in order to make an even remotely reasonable Patreon server, I'm probably looking at least about $40 a month. But there's more to it than just running the server. So what I'm going to do is wait until such time as I have at least 100 a month coming in on Patreon, which may never happen, before I start setting up a Patreon server. Now, if it does happen, if I do get to a point where I'm making that much, then that's also going to mean that I will be doing, for sure, at least 1 or 2 streams on that server every week, building quests and other stuff. But that is a far future objective. but I have done the numbers, and it's really only worth it if it's going to be steadily about 100 a month on Patreon. Because like I've said in the past, I need all of my online stuff to pay for itself, not come out of my pocket, because my pocket is very, very threadbare. And while I would love to just arbitrarily have a server that my patrons can play on if they want, I like food more than that. This Amy person has passed the first test. Their first comment isn't, "Who wants to team?" I just noticed that on the tab list it doesn't say YouTube. I had to type it in chat. Now, Cuddles was saying that on some of the instances when it says it for me, it doesn't say it for her, or vice versa. So I'm wondering if it's just universally random. Because I know that on any given day, it's about a 30% chance, roughly, that Stone Tootsie comes out just flat gray. And I know they're lapis. So I'm thinking that something squirrely is going on. Performium technology, yes. The L turns into a T because it has crossed the line. Huh. I'm going back to what I was talking about earlier in my head, that cat pun. And my brain is trying to figure out the best way to ask the pun. And it's probably going to be, where goes a cat when he is dead? Which would be, où va un chat quand il est mort? Or more. More? Is the T... That's one of the things that bothers me, is I have a friend who is married to a Parisian French woman who, for whatever reason, has decided to throw off my knowledge of French because she likes to pronounce her T's at the end of her words. She says she does it ironically. But then she also said that it was because she always wondered why you said it in the middle, not at the end. But anyway, she likes to say mort. And so now I'm second guessing myself if the T is pronounced. Come to think of it, I think they actually asked the questions on that post. Let's see here. Ah, I see, Cuddles. My YouTube is not YouTubey for you either. Let's see here. Linguistics. Oh, where do the cats go? Où vont les chats quand ils meurent? Okay. When they die, not when they are dead. Okay, all right. Well, that's fine. So I show up as gray for you too. Technology. Performium technology TM. I just saw the technology TM. That's funny. Oh, going back to the stream other games thing. Obviously, it would be rather bizarre if a copy paste would work for well, actually it wouldn't even work at all for the list of my games, What I'm gonna have to do, I guess, is just go through and assign all of my games a number. And then just, how would I do this? I could use a die to randomly pick like 5 games or something like that. 5 seems like a good number. And then have people on the Discord vote for which of the 5 I should play on a given weekend. That seems like a solution. Gonna have to think about that. Because I really do want to incorporate some of my other games back into my streaming. Like for instance, even if I don't play Dead Frontier 2 all day long, even if I only just play it for a few hours and maybe grind a little gear or something, just play around and try to find legendaries or something, I don't know. Even if that's all I do, I still want to like play that again. I want to play 7 Days to Die and other things. Now, there are a number of games that are going to be showing up in my series called The Sequence. Arctico, 7 Days to Die, Salt, Stranded Deep, Terraria, Starbound, Minecraft, Unturned, Rising World, Far Sky, there's at least 1 or 2 more. Those for sure will be getting airtime when it comes to their turn during that series. But outside of that, I'm going to well, let's think about this. I want to be able to stream in both places at the same time. There's some stuff that YouTube does not like. Huh. Now, for the auto strike part that YouTube does, they do have a new option that I've noticed that may be able to allow the VODs to stay up. And that is, you can just mute the portion that's the problem. Or the portions. But there are some games that in the past I've had so much trouble with that I just gave up playing. Like I had pre-recorded 78 episodes of Borderlands and Borderlands 2. And the first 3 or 4 episodes I put up were so much of an ordeal just getting them up and threats of strikes and all that kind of stuff that I just said I'm not going to deal with this anymore. But I'm hoping that I might be able to be past that, and that I could potentially just stream stuff like that and be fine. But then it comes down to is Borderlands I have to make a decision about, I guess, brand friendliness. Because while I love the Borderlands franchise, some of its content is a little questionable, a little not for all ages. And while for sure I don't have a channel for younglings, I don't want to have to deal with that headache. So I'm probably going to have to refine my list of games down for the list to be able to choose from, so that it is reasonably brand friendly and also not excessively samey. Because as great as it might be that, say, clicker heroes get selected, who wants to just sit and watch someone continuing to resurrect and grind clicker heroes for a 4-hour session? That would be terrible. I would rather watch someone play a graphic novel or a point and click game personally than that. So if I'd rather watch that, then that's also what I'd rather be playing. I want there to be something at least attention grabbing about the content. I don't want it to just be it's the same stuff. And yes, this is coming from someone who every Monday for the past few months has been building more of the Menger Sponge, but I'm making progress. I'm talking about random different things. I'm trying to continue doing better on my channel, now channels. So it is a little samey for this, but it's not as bad as like a clicker game is. Even my idle clicker extravaganza, it's got lots of different things going on. It's not just a game. It's 5 games, and I'm doing busy work right now. But I feel like if I were to just blanket put out all of the games that I have, it wouldn't work out too well. So while talking about this, I have come to the conclusion I'm going to have to be a little selective. Hello, Naki. Merry Christmas and Happy New Fear. Yes. That's a movie I haven't watched in a while. 2012. I liked that movie. I also have a massive collection of disaster movies. Which I haven't really been watching because I have to use my USB port to plug in an external DVD drive. And then when I do that, because of the only accessible port that I have to do that, I have to unplug my headphones. So I have to watch the movies on speakers. So it's a pain in the butt to get my movies going in the first place. So I just haven't been. And I have quite a lot of movies, honestly. Movies and series. Made a spreadsheet of that somewhere. Where is that spreadsheet? Where's movies? It's got to be on that computer over there. Unless... maybe I put it in my documents. I'm curious, did it make it over to this computer? Come on. I clicked on a thing. It is not in my documents. It's not there, it's not there, it's not in my pictures. Yeah, it didn't make it onto this computer. Okay. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff though. It's not there. Yeah, it's not on my desktop. Wow. Wow. It's on the other computer. Good to know, good to know. I'm not a VTuber, I'm a PNG tuber. And you have Emma over on Twitch to thank for that. Alright, so for sure these all get the standard baseline pair of torches. And because these will go under the next layer on there, they don't get the second layer. Okay, cool. Or the second wave of torches, I should say. Batch. Batch. That's a number. Okay, so I have this ongoing project where I have assigned words to numbers. Everyone knows that a dozen is 12 and a couple is 2 and A/An are 1, but I wasn't satisfied with that, so I expanded the list. And some of them are a little wishy-washy. I have them kind of penciled in as placeholders, but the words definitely need to go somewhere. And It's 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 a fun little pastime. One in which Elmaze has even been participating on the Discord. And if you'll give me just a moment to pull it up. I know most of them off the top of my head, but just to be absolutely certain, we have recently added an option for 0. 0 is a good enough word for the number, but it's not a how many word in the sense of what I'm trying to go for with this list. And this is not the front. And so what I've got is I'm very firm on the first all the way up to 8. So 0 is zilch, a or an is 1, 2 is a couple, 3 is few, 4 is some, 5 is many, 6 is a bunch, because for me it's the one that fits the best, because when I get apples, or bananas rather, I get a bunch of 6. Several is 7, because, you know, why wouldn't they be connected to each other? Several, 7? Come on. That's perfect. It's a match made in heaven. And then I have, as number 8, I have a lot. Because that word feels very 8 to me. Then we move on to 9, which is a slew, and that one's kind of just penciled in because slew, I don't know why. It feels like it needs to be sort of a 5-y kind of number, but it's got only 4 letters to it, and it's less than 10. It doesn't feel like it belongs to a number larger than 10. So for right now, slew lives there in number 9. Then number 10, we have many. Oh, I'm sorry. 5, I skipped 5. Apologies. 5 is handful. Five is handful, and then 10 is many. And both of those are because of the word hand and manual. Handful would be 1 set of 5, and many, well, that's 2 sets of 5. Then this next word needs to be somewhere between 10 and 20. So for right now, it's penciled in here. I might move it around, but it feels like it actually belongs here because of how silly it is in the naming convention. I've put as 11, umpteen. And then dozen is 12, but some people don't use the word dozen to mean exactly 12. So it's sort of one of those loosey-goosey counting numbers. Then for 13, and this is really growing on me as a fixed point for number 13, is the word assortment. There's a number of reasons why I feel comfortable keeping it there. Assortment feels like it's scattered and random and unlucky. And 13 is the traditional unlucky number. Then we have 14, which for a number of reasons I have the word group. Then for 15, I have the word plethora. And I just blew on the mic, apologies. plethora. Followed by number 16, and this is because of Minecraft. A chunk is 16. Which means a stack is going to have to be 64. Let me just go ahead and edit this. 64 stack, and that's going to be firm. There we go. 17 is gobs, and it's for similar reasons why group is 14. And it's a long discussion that I might get into future-wise if I do a video on this subject, but I'm not going to focus on that right now. Then for 18, we have the word oodles because it feels very 80 or 8-ish. 19 is one of the recent additions, and there may be a better place for it, but right now we had the hole in 19, and so we have the word much. Then 20, because it actually is this. This is great. I used to have 20 as various, but now it's score, because, you know, 20 is a score of something. It actually is one of the counting numbers, but not counting. Then finally for 21 is various. Well, I guess not finally, because now 64 is a stack. Part of the guidelines for this is it can't be it has to be something that is kind of loose-ish. A case, a bundle, a package. They aren't really the right kind of vibe. A glob is very, very close, but it's still not the same kind of vibe that I'm going for with this project. And so it's been sort of an ongoing thing. It's an idea I've had tossing around for basically my whole life. And over time, I've been refining what words go where and my reasons for them and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's something that's posted on my math and numbers channel on my Discord. Something that I go back to every once in a while and nerd out about. I enjoy it because it gives me word projects to work on, but it also helps me to examine, I guess, how I think about things. So it's a fun little personal mind project. I'd actually love to know what other people might have as, oh, well, I've always used this word for this number, and I might be able to incorporate words that I completely missed over and find ones that much more perfectly go into some of these slots and be able to free those ones that I've got for something else. But for right now, the system that I've got seems pretty good. The reason I had various as 20 is because Vent, V-I-N-G-T, is 20. What do we have over here? No, you can't just make words up for a name. It has to have meaning. People back then. Hey, let's name this place Cairo. Why Cairo? I don't know. This place just seems very Cairo. Nice. Yeah, everything is made up. Every word is made up. can't just make up words. Why? Why not? Everyone else has. Think Smurfs existed before that cartoon? One project that is at a total standstill when it comes to number words is we have the word all. That's very all-encompassing. All-encompassing. Whoops. That was unintentional. Then we have the word both. Both means all of two. Both. And that's the end of my stinking list. I cannot think of any all of 3, all of 4, all of 5. I can't. I've never heard trith, quarth. Nothing like that even comes up in any place that I've looked. As a matter of fact, the word any is sort of short for all the ones because of the origin of ein and any and eins and one and all that. So even that word sort of fits into the family, but not quite. But any is more like either or, whereas all is all, and both is all of two. And I cannot think of any words that go past both. It has been something that has plagued my mind since my teens. Because it's perfectly normal for teens to think about that sort of stuff. Oops. I think I'm going to go ahead and do the next layer and then wrap up after that. It'll be a little bit after midnight by the time I'm done, but I think that's a good target stop point, because that means that the next layer is going to be the one that goes all the way across. And that begins the last phase of this part of the tier 4. And also it's still like 20 minutes until midnight anyway, so I'll be done with this layer long before midnight. So I'll have to keep going, and it doesn't make any sense to stop partway through a level. Oops. Oh, I noticed something when it comes to the streaming on Twitch. They put out a news post quite some time ago that they were very excited that they doubled the number of tags that you could put on a video, and I thought, oh, that must mean a lot. No, it used to be you were stuck at 5, and now you can have 10. And I have like 15 or 20 tags on some of my YouTube videos, so I can't just arbitrarily use my YouTube tags on my Twitch stream, so I'm gonna have to have 2 different sets of tags, which is kind of frustrating. They don't have the technology to allow, you know, more than 10 tags. Technology. Okay, Cuddles, you get rest. You stay hydrated. Keep air circulating. Thanks for helping. No. It's so funny that that's right at the edge of a claim, or of a chunk. I swear I did not do that on purpose. It's just how it is. Was that like a 1 in 6? Or no, it's a 6% chance. I mean, is that right? 1 in 4 would be 0.25. 1 in 8 would be 0.125. And then 1 in 16 would be 0.0625. So 0.06, 1 in, or a 6.25% chance. So pretty high. Gaming wise, anyway. If there's one thing that I've learned for sure from games, is that two or 3% is a massive amount of chance. It is a lot bigger than you would expect. It feels like, oh well, it's only 2%. It's only 1 in 50. Boy, let me tell you, if you play something often enough, that 1 in 50 is guaranteed to happen eventually. It's not an if it'll happen, it's a when. If you're doing something only once, then sure, 1% is teeny tiny. Sure, absolutely, I will grant that. But if you do something all the time, that is just... it's just a time bomb waiting to go off. You flip enough coins, and unless the universe is just bizarre for you, half the times it's going to show up heads, half the times it's going to show up tails. So it doesn't matter if you flipped tails 35 times in a row, go ahead, flip it another 100 times. You're gonna get the other. So I've started so many projects on here, and just in Minecraft in general, that one of them is bound to show up at a chunk edge. Ooh. I might have a contender for 8. I've been thinking about it. Because if I'm going to be having, like, chunk for 16, and stack for 64, and dozen for 12, I could have bit for 8. Then I could move lot somewhere else. Lot still feels like a very, like maybe 16. It feels very power of 2-ish. I don't know how to describe that. What do I have on 16? Chunk. Oh. A lot could be 32. And if that's the case, then I could also include a pile. But pile sounds more like a disorganized thing. That sounds more like a glob, and that's one of the features I'm trying to avoid in this. Stack sounds a lot more orderly. I'll give it some thought. I might put bit as 8 and move lot up to 32. It's like the prisoner's dilemma. Cheating is a better strategy short term, but cooperating becomes better strategy. Yeah. And actually, cheating short term, it still isn't even a better strategy. It's only a 50-50 chance. And if you go into the prisoner's thing, you can say, all right, one of us is going to get 5 if we defect and the other doesn't. Sure. But we both get 6. And I'm willing to take 1 if you want to just, you know, also cooperate. You could take 2 of my 3, and then you'll still get 5 and I'll get 1. If you're not willing, like I would go into the agreement with that and I would say, if you're not willing to do that every time, I will defect every time. I will say it right up front. If you are not going to cooperate with me, there is no incentive for me to cooperate with you at all, ever. Cooperation implies working together, and if you're not going to work back, then I have no reason to work with you. So prisoner's dilemma for me is not a dilemma. It's I deal with stuff right up front. I say, here's everything. Here's all the information. I actually played in a game once that was very similar to what the prisoner's dilemma is, and I told them right up front what I was going to do, and they were surprised when I did it. I said, I told you I was going to do it, and yet you decided, nah, I'm going to betray you. So here we go. I'm going to betray you from now on. But long term, if you are going to go out and you have someone who is actually, you know, wanting to get something out of it, long term, absolutely best if both cooperate all the way from start to finish. It may be begrudging, but the result is you get a reasonable chunk, they get a reasonable chunk every single time. You both almost get 5. A bit is a small amount, yes. Going back to that. A bit is a small amount. And so that's another reason why I'm inclined to leave it at 8. But because it is not really meant to feel as small as 8, I'm still a little iffy on it. It's meant to feel smaller. However, I have nowhere better for it to go. And bit really does fit with 8 because of technology. So that's going to really strongly determine how I move forward with it. It's still in the decision-making process. Because it feels like if I do include bit, then the question would be, well, why don't you put bit on 8 because of, you know, bits? A unit of currency, there are 8 bits. 2 bits is a quarter. A bit is half a quarter. There are 8 bits in a dollar. There are 8 bits, binary digits, in a byte. But it does feel small. It's 1/8, so it feels smaller than 1. But if it is going to go somewhere, it feels like it should go on an 8. Our current 8 is lot. So that, for the secondary definition of both, it feels like it'd be going from a large number to a small number, and lot honestly does feel like it should be a much larger than just 8. Yes, 8 is a lot of something. If you say, how many times did you go back up to the buffet? 8. Well, that's a lot. But how many dollars do you have in your account? 8? Not a lot. So it's kind of, all of these are kind of wishy-washy anyway. Well, most of them. Dozen is pretty solid. And by making 8 be bit and then moving lot further ahead, it does mean that the bigger feeling word lot feels bigger than bit. It means that the lot, the bigger feeling word, would be moved to a bigger number. So that feels like a comfortable concession to me. I could put it at 24. A lot could be 24. Because that's 3/8 together. It still feels very ATE, 8 or power of 2e, but not. I mean, I could put it at 32 and be happy enough with it, but it's something to ponder. Oh, that's a good point. By the way, Naki, you saying 33, you do bring up a good point. Pile does feel like it's a lump of something, a quantity of something, but it does feel disorganized. So that could be a prime number. A pile of something could be attached to a prime number. That way it's not easily divisible. It could still be a number word. Huh. Huh. Hold on, let me come back over to my little thing here. Do. Pile equals prime. Move lot to 32. Bit to 8. What do you mean I'm a dork? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, the reasoning behind the much is part of what made me lean more towards the pile thing. It's not like bundles and packages and cases and stuff, but piles and stacks and oodles and assortments and things, they feel like they belong in prime number locations because they're not easily divisible. Prime numbers feel like the more mysterious kind of numbers, which is also, that's also why I'm contemplating moving plethora from 15 to something prime as well. But I don't know where it feels good, and plethora feels kind of 5y. It feels either 5y or 7y. And 7, 14, and 17 are all taken by good words. I mean, several was made for 7. Yeah, that's why we put it there, is because the whole penta thing, it feels very 5y. So maybe plethora could be 25? Let me go back over here and edit this again. And move plethora to 25. But then what would we put on 15? That becomes the next question. I have been sticking to like hands and digit kind of thinking when it comes for the 5 numbers, 5 and 10 at least, and plethora of 5 vibe anyway. We would have a hole on 15. Oh, I also have to add another word to the list. And this one is one that is the correct and also socially accepted one. Let's come back over here and open this up again and click on edit. Come all the way down to here. And this is a firm one. And when I say it, you'll go, oh yeah, that's right. 144 is a gross. Always has been. So now the problem is, I want to fill it in all the way up to 144. I have got a super project ahead of me now. Oh goody. Score is on 20. That's why I mentioned that earlier. We've moved various from 20 to 21, at least for now, because score is 20. If we have dozen on 12, we need score on 20 and gross on 144. And it makes sense that there are special words for gross and dozen, but the score actually kind of is a little boggling to me. And anyway, the reason why it makes sense why 144 and 12 both have words already just for them specifically is because it is a lot easier to do math in what's called a sexagesimal or even a duodecimal system. Divided by 12 or divided by 60 numbers, or divided into 12 or divided into 60, I should say, numbers fit a lot easier. A lot more of them have whole answers. So you can pretty easily divide 1/12, 2/12, 3/12, 4/12, 6/12. 8/12 is a little iffy, but 8 is just 2 4s, and so it makes it a lot easier. And obviously 12/12 is 1, but 144 is 12 squared. And so between those two numbers, it makes sense. I mean, we have 360 degrees in the circle, 12 months in a year. We like 12. 12 is real easy to math, like real easy. Babylonians used a base 60 system called sexagesimal. Not decimal with a D, it's gesimal with a G. And it means base 60. So they had even divisors for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That right there just makes it astonishing. And then 10, and then 15, and then 30. Their fractions were amazing. And then now we have the whole. What is this? Oh, okay, this is the final square. Okay. Then we have the whole base 10 system, which works-ish. It's easy for us to contemplate because, you know, we have 10 fingers, but It's not as easy for a lot of things to use base 10. So anyway, that's why we have a solid word for dozen and a solid word for gross. But not many other already extant words for other county numbers. Scores, one of the few outliers, and so is couple. And even those are 2 and 20. Well, 20 and 2. Now, I have moved various to 21. I'm thinking of moving various to 23, though, because 21 is not prime. And I want it to be in the 20s because of it starting with the letter V. But I'm also torn. No, I'm thorn. I'm torn because V is also, in Roman numerals, it's 5. So I'm inclined to consider these numbery kind of words that have a V being kind of 5-ish. But if I wait too long to use various, then various seems to be excessively large. So I do want to keep it in the 20s. I could put it at 25, but then where would I put plethora? Oh, wait. No, plethora. Plethora was going to be a prime number anyway. Wait, wasn't it? Plethora was going to be... No, I said I moved that to 25. Well, I'm open to putting plethora. Huh. I'll have to think about that. I think about weird things. These are things that actually keep me awake at night. That and, you know, sounds from my cats and other stuff. But thinking about things like this is one of the things that keeps me up at night. Oops. Alright, we are almost done with this layer. Which is good because it is now 12:08, just a little bit. It's a bit. It's 8 is a bit past 12. Ha 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 ha. Ranting to yourself about 7 Days to Die? Ranting about what? This feels very story. Oh, stupid lag thing. As if you were in an interview with yourself. That's great. Alright. Now, just so I have the reminder of where I am, I'm going to go ahead and fill in this row. Just this one. Or this ring, I should say. So I have so excessively. Uh-oh. What did I? Oh, that's what happened. How is that? Ah, I see. Okay, that's what happened. Anyway, I had a surprise happen on my end that threw me off. I don't even know where I was gonna go. Oh boy, hooray for distractions. Yep, it's gone. Oh well. Talking about 7 days, talking about this project, maybe? No, that's not ringing any bells. Nope, it's gone. You checked the past, no clue? Yeah, I know. I know exactly what I said. I just don't know where I was going with it because the surprise happened. What the surprise was is, as I was talking, the um, the new transition webbing that I have for between my scenes popped up. Is that the only one that's down here? Yep. Oh well. Well, I'm down here. I saved one. It popped up because it was at the end of my list of items in my playlist, and it randomly got selected, and so it overtook my screen and played the video. So here I am playing Minecraft, and all of a sudden my screen goes like this at me, and I was not ready for it. So it was enough of a shock that it made everything in my brain go, all right, emergency, we need to think about this surprise thing. All right. Well, here we go. I even have a little vantage point for this. Wow. And I think what I'm going to do is make the view platform extend from this chunk into each of the neighboring chunks. Because if I come over here, it at least loads in a little bit more over there. And while it does unload when I come back over here, this one loads. So I want, and also I want it to be encompassing at least a 27 by 27 area here. So for sure, it's going to include this central chunk already anyway, but I want it to also, you know, involve the rest nearby. I might make it a circular. No, a circular would be terrible. This is a cube. I need to make it square. All right. Well then, that is going to have to be that for today. So, oh, aha, ha, ha, ha. Let's come over here. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. I'm going to probably have to make some sort of outro. I was thinking about making a little outro where I could do my normal talking and then run an outro that's an actual video that I don't have to worry about talking through. And then just before the outro starts, I can say, hey, there's more than 5 people, so let's go raid somewhere. Um, I obviously there's only 3 people watching right now, so it's kind of moot, and not all of them are on Twitch. I think there's only 1 on Twitch and 2 on YouTube. But either way, I figure I might as well at least include using this near the end of my videos since I put all the work into it. So thank you guys ever so very much for hanging out and spending your time with me and sharing your input on the different kinds of uh, number things. That was a fun little distraction. I enjoyed that very much. And also, thank you for helping out with other things that you have helped with. If you are still watching on your tablet, Cuddles, thank you for helping with the deep slate and other stuff. I absolutely appreciate it. And also, thank you, those of you who are supporting me on Patreon, for doing that. It means a tremendous amount to me, and it helps to keep things running a lot more smoothly. The more I have at my disposal, the more I can grow, honestly. And I want to be able to do lots of stuff for you guys, even though I may not be able to right now. I'm at least trying to keep moving forward, and that will always be the case. So absolutely, thank you very much for the time and company that you get to spend, that I get to spend with you. Um, if you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them either in the comment section if you're over on YouTube or over on my Discord. Oh, I don't have a thing for my Discord on here, do I? I don't. I need to make a note of that. That's another thing. The more I look at it, the more it bothers me. It says links below in the bottom left, and it really makes you think it's those 2 little tiny icons that you're going to be able to click on them. So I might change that around and say links in description, and then in the place of these icons, I can have info about my Discord. Anyway, you can either leave a message on my Discord or you can leave a message in the comments. There is I was reading the chat over here. Sometimes playing Escape from Tarkov. This might get some of their watchers' attention. I don't feel comfortable with raiding with fewer than 5 people, and I definitely don't feel comfortable with raiding with 1 person. It feels very, to use a word I used earlier, scummy, at least for right now. But, well, if you're saying they wouldn't mind, then I guess I could go ahead and do it after the stream. I'll do that then. Sure, why not? But anyway, let me finish my closing here. Thank you very much for your time. If you like this video, I would absolutely appreciate it. Go over and like it on YouTube. And if you haven't already subscribed on YouTube or followed on Twitch, please do so. The numbers help. I'm trying to get now to 50 Twitch viewers, just got started, and I'm trying to grow up towards 3,000 subscribers on YouTube. So any little bit helps. Also, if you are interested in helping to support my channels, I do have links below to the Streamlabs and Patreon. And also, if you're on YouTube, you can become a member. That's a new thing for my channel. You can become a member, and I even have some little tier rewards for that set up, including like stickers and the progress badges or whatever they're called. I have a bunch of things set up for that too. So that's new. But anyway, I am going to go ahead and do the raid thing. Thank you very, very, very much for all the time that you have spent here. I absolutely appreciate it. And I'm glad to be able to hang out with you guys. It really does mean a lot. So you say, let's do this. Let's go raid, and then it is A O-I-V-I-N-O. Okay. So I will get the countdown started for the raid, and then we can just say greetings, fellow space traveler over there. But anyway, thank you very much for watching and hanging out. I will be back again tomorrow, as I am every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and probably some this weekend as well. So thank you very much. This is Thorn of Night, and I will talk to you later.